Hello, everyone, and welcome to the broadcast. Cat jumped on the back of my chair just as I started talking. uh, but welcome to our next session of The Roottrees Are Dead, because this game sunk its hooks deep into me in the first session. We will be getting back to programming at some point in the near future. We've got some ideas, but we're going to let those cook for a little bit, and I'm just thrilled to find some investigation/deduction games. It's good times. Before we get into that, though, let's check in with the kitties. We do have Ember and Sky up in the cat tree. We have Sammy and Mason on the bed, and then we have Molly and Sherbet getting a snack. So all 6 accounted for. For those that weren't here, The Roottrees Are Dead is an investigation deduction game. The concept being that you look through materials that are available to you to find information that will let you fully identify various individuals. We are trying to fully map out a family tree of blood relatives. And we do that through various books, newspaper articles, that kind of thing. We need their picture, their profession, and their name. So we will be continuing this. We got pretty far in last time. Let's keep that audio on. Now, we are not using the in-game music. This is the stream music. I wonder. Notorious Montjoys. Anyway, so this is the family tree so far. The yellow ones we have completed. So we still have some pretty substantial branches and elements over here that we haven't identified. Every 3 correct linkages, we get kind of a confirmation pass that says you got these right. So I have a couple of them that we know are still wrong. This is incorrect in some fashion. I'm pretty sure the flow of president was the original, Elias, and then his immediate successor, much to the consternation of Elias and some of the relatives, is Zach. Then the third president appears to be Guy Hudson, who was terrible at it. Hey there, Rift. Welcome. We are just getting started. I'm both calling out a refresher on what we accomplished, as well as where we ended off. Thank you. Those 2 are Ember and Sky. They're kind of lumped together. The fluffy one in the front is Sky. He's the biggest, and behind him is Ember. She is the smallest. They are also the 2 oldest in that order. Let's see if we can still see all 6 of them. 5. But you can see you could just see a little bit of Molly in the cat tree. You are in tall format, so you see it a little bit differently. But you have a clear view of 4 of them on the lower row. I am really enjoying this game, Rift. I'm really enjoying it. The closest thing I played before to this exact concept, there was an intervening one, but we'll touch on that in a moment. This prior game was called Scene Investigators, which had a lot of the same vibe, but personally a much worse user interface. I think a similar level of challenge, if not a little more, because let's assume the user interface was the same. A lot of the evidence was laying around. Scene Investigators was, you had a series of mysteries where you would be ultimately presented with questions about what went on. So you would start, you had kind of a worksheet that was, you know, where was this person at the time of the disappearance? Who were the children with? That kind of thing. And you piece that together from essentially a still frame of either a crime scene or a room associated with it. With the first one being a house where you needed to identify what happened to the children, who they ended up with at the end of that particular moment, like those kind of markers. So yeah, you solve mysteries in it, and it had a lot in common with this, where you need to figure out stuff about each of the people and what they were doing. And across multiple cases, you eventually get to the point where you have kind of a timeline of the lives of the individuals. So investigation in deduction, that kind of game. It is not a detective game purely. It is not a puzzle game or even a murder mystery game. It is about investigating information and drawing conclusions from it. Again, the user interface was not great. The note-taking interface and all that, not good compared to this. While I was playing that, I would joke during the stream as well as after about how many pages of notes I had written at the end of each session. The second part of the first kind of case, I have 18 pages of notes. There are 4+ different cases in that one. And each of them can have multiple parts. There was another one that was like a local mystery one that I tried playing, and it was not good. It had a lot of those like obscure puzzles. Yeah, VTuber avatar, that's accurate. Thank you. I like how it turned out. Okay, so we definitely have some elements that are wrong and some elements that are missing here, like Robert Roottrees is not a screenwriter. Is there something for he's in jail? Because I know that there were like accusations against him. Yeah. It's one thing I don't like about the tall format. I feel like the influences of TikTok spread far and wide and kind of infect design sensibilities. I would like to see somebody actually ground up review how tall format videos are presented. Because like on YouTube shorts, you have a great deal of the information about the short can block parts of it. And then you have like chat when it's a live stream, all of that kind of stuff. People seem to enjoy it, and that's not something we can actually contest here. Because this was the less successful of the Children of Gwyn. Well, thank you, Rift. Thank you. I appreciate it. And I thought there were indications that... So, it said he would periodically consult Robbie, about the screen, like, content of the stories, but that doesn't mean he's actually a screenwriter. There's indications that he, like, embezzled money and got in trouble over that. So I don't know if he was ever actually a screenwriter so much as just his brother tried to include him and get him on the straight and narrow, you know? So we'll have to try to review that if we can. We know nothing about Elias M. other than that he exists. Don't know about his profession. There is an implication that Edward married somebody of a different race. We don't know who that is, and we don't have confirmation here, but I think this is November. So let's look back at our evidence here. In the free spirits, we have her down here. But we don't have him visible. So why would she be here? I feel confident that it's November, though, because of the childish print writing that says November. And there is a November root tree. We don't know that that's actually her, though. So we know that's Guy, and that's Bonnie. That's Jim. That is Caroline and Carl. And then this is Miracle Jr. This is Elias M. There is the okay. This is an implication that he's like a mechanic or similar. It do be like that sometimes, Rift. We soldier on. Now, it's not happening right now, but if it seems like I'm talking to somebody you can't see, there is a widescreen format on YouTube and Twitch as well. And sometimes there are people in all of them. But right now, at least as far as people I can see, it is indeed you. So the reason that I put Bonnie on the left as potentially the technically older sibling, twin of Guy, is that she is presented here as, I believe, pregnant, and the left side of the pair of twins is the only one with children. This could be a fake out of some kind, but that is the implication. Don't know who you are, can't confirm who you are, or you are, or you are, or you are. I don't know. And sadly, we can't zoom in any further to do things like look at eyes, because glasses are implied to be associated with Samantha's line here. With Patricia here supposedly having thick glasses, green eyes, and nice black hair, with Samantha explicitly it's saying that it skips a generation, the eyes. Yes, Rift, the yellow ones are completed. So for the yellow ones, I have an applicable picture, name, and profession. The tutorial of the game is properly identifying these three, oldest to youngest, and after that, you get the rest, you get additional information, and it expands out from here. So this is Clark Rafferty, child of Lauren Roottrees and Jacob Rafferty. Jacob died during, I think it was during World War II. I think so. Yeah, has to be. They have a child, Clark, and Clark is kind of promiscuous. Not that he had a bunch of divorces, but like initially married to her, but gets a divorce. I believe marries her or becomes married to her while they are in an unsuccessful band, but is caught sleeping with her younger sister. So apparently we do have a child of him, from him and Jane, which is Chris Rafferty here. But there are some children that are Lafferty LaRue, the joined surname kind of pattern. We don't know what they look like, which order they're in. Now, since glasses skip a generation, we do have an individual in evidence that is a cousin of Chris Rafferty here, right, with this. And she appears to have green eyes, glasses, and X's in question marks. Let me take a look here. Okay, question marks are pictures that we haven't filled in. Red X's are that the couple split up. Not that they died, but they split up. If they were married, it indicates ring. If they have a picture, they are a blood relative. So the kind of the root tree line. The little boxes are generally spouses who married into it. To properly fill it in, we need their picture, their original name, their name at birth, and the profession that they had, their most recent profession that we can identify. If you get all three of those, every three that you get fully correct, it locks them in and sometimes advances the plot and gives you new evidence. Hey there, Jordan. Welcome. Welcome. Give Molly some attention. She is pawing at me. Molly has migrated to my lap as I've been explaining. I still haven't figured out precisely how Molly prefers to be pet. She does like to be adjacent to you, and she seems to prefer kind of a massaging pet, not like a backstroke or a work your fingers in scratch. And she's definitely not a scratch my head or ears type, but that sort of like kneading massage she seems to like. Which is great because scratching her fur or stroking her fur, she generates a huge amount of static. And so far Molly heard something. As I say that, she got up and zapped me. It's notable as far as the static discharge is my keyboard seems to be cheaply made. I mean, it's a Razer product, so shocking. Oh, okay. Also, haha. But if it gets zapped, there's a possibility that it just goes wild and stops being able to reliably register key presses, or that it holds down random keys when you are pressing another one. So we don't know that this is November root tree, but we do have an idea that there is one. And again, this is implied to be somebody of a different race than Edward, because apparently, so in her book, she has kind of it's not quite a tell-all, it's a diary that includes her commentary on her family. In it, she mentions that the most rebellious thing that anyone had done in her generation was marry somebody that wouldn't be legal, a marriage that wouldn't be legal south of Philadelphia. And they grew up very much in, again, that segregation era, where there were a lot of laws to support that kind of behavior. But then it mentions that, I believe it was Pop, which she uses to refer to her father, had forgiven Edward when he determined that he was going to take over the office, with Clancy Edward being the head lawyer of the candy company, And then that means Edward was a lawyer who would succeed him. So we have some information there. Again, we don't know much about Elias other than that he had a solid marriage, that he raised James, but also raised Clark as a sibling, since Clark never, as a sibling of James, since Clark never knew his father. His father died in World War II before he was born. That's also why it's Clark Rafferty, is that she, in the marriage, she took Rafferty's name and considered it like I'm going to carry that on. Brain rot and slop are terms that I believe are becoming increasingly vague, but there is a proliferation of kind of non-content out there. It's been around, but again, fuzzy words referring to them. You can get a better idea of the size disparity between the two of them. Something wrong with one of these two. I don't think she... not hairdresser. Oh, she was. So Gwyn is considered the first Roottrees woman to have a profession other than housewife. Okay, so we did get that right. We don't know when others might have taken on a profession, but we know that Gwyn, within the same generation of Guy and Bonnie, is the first. Lauren is another because she becomes a writer. So it does scan that she is also potentially a housewife. But we don't know. Another reason that housewife would be viable in this row is this is the free spirits. And the free spirits are the ones that have grown up with the trust in full swing. So they don't remember, like, a lot about it. So a lot of these are actors and movie-related people in kind of entertainment fields. The prior generation is kind of concerned about them as far as their viability to continue the kind of family line. Okay, so we know a little bit more. I really would like to figure out more about Elias M. here. Again, there is a vibe that he is like, I mean, quite literally a blue-collar worker. He is wearing a jumpsuit with a name tag, or at least a blue shirt with a name tag, which implies a great many of these. All right, let's look at our evidence, one of the mechanics of the game, and let me see here. You can see some of the numbers here. Those are the number of how much information we can derive from that piece of evidence still. That there is some clue that we haven't used yet. This one is especially interesting because this is given to us where they say, okay, we know where they are, where they are in the general family tree. We need more information in confirmation of them. But these are people that are notably famous. So the three sisters, the kind of famous child models, and later Elias and Gwyneth are the kind of the foundation members of the family. Gwyn, a famous actress. Jim, a musician, at least semi-notable musician. Lauren, who wrote the diaries that are kind of the pseudo tell-alls. Miracle Jr., a famous kind of evangelist kind of preacher, you know, your TV preacher. Red is somebody who just happens to have the name Roottrees. So red herring Roottrees. That's why he has a red fish. It is initially a star. It turns into a red fish. There is something about this this document that can lead to more evidence or a linkage to a person. I wonder if we do this, actually. So this is one of the mechanics. You have web search. You have searching for books. You have looking through magazines. They've also added messing with photos. Buttons across the bottom are tabs to navigate the game interface. So we have our actual like fill in the blank board. We have our pile of evidence. We have the computer to do more searching. We have the general room. We've got our notebook. You can have 21 pages in this, and I have been using them. You can seek hints, which I shall not. Just realized I hadn't tried to click on stuff. So far, this is where our client shows up to potentially give us new evidence or information. Okay, so let's, again, look through the evidence here. In particular, I want to identify anything. So Sam is kind of a family scandal. There is a Roottrees that had a relationship out of wedlock with a somewhat arbitrary person that resulted in a child. They were the two parents of that child were separated from each other, like family-wise. Again, scandal, separated from each other. They ultimately got back together, and it was the wife of the founding pair that pushed to have Samantha included in family gatherings. Because she is a blood relation, she is technically part of this. So, Miracle's boys, those are two direct ones, Miracle Jr. and Elias M. I feel like it's unlikely that we would see Miracle the Third involved in this. Miracle Jr. would have been young right now. That is why. So Miracle these are called the Five Pieces, named such that they are the inspirations for the original candy that the Roottrees Candy Company made. Each of the 5 pieces share an initial. Like each of the 5 flavors have, in order of age, the initial of one of the children. Miracle is the youngest, and you can see that by the pictures. Miracle was born with some sight issues, which eventually ceased based on their propaganda that Miracle and company spread. But is the youngest. So Miracle often shows up, like Miracle's kids often show up in pictures one generation down. So he shows up in a picture of the 5 pieces, but you can see he's notably smaller and younger. So Miracle not uncommonly appears in photos of that generation, just like Miracle Jr. will show up in the Free Spirits generation. So you can almost view this as like slid down one row. And we can see that in here. So these are the 5 pieces with Miracle, and you can see he's a kid still. maybe a teen. This is Clancy Edwards. Then I think Gwendolyn. That might be Gwendolyn. So that is, yeah, Gwendolyn, Clancy Edward. I'm sorry, Gwendolyn Elias Jr. Generally the firstborn male of a line that is following the Roottrees pattern is a junior. They carry a name forward. Hey there, Donald. Welcome. Then we have Clancy Edward, the lawyer. We have, okay, Margolite, and then Miracle. So in their picture, Miracle shows up, but then in the next generation here, the children of the 5 pieces, where we have Zach showing up, Miracle shows up with them, as well as Miracle Jr., who is clearly very young in this picture. So Bonnie shows up, but we don't have all of them. So Gwen, Guy, and a couple of others aren't pictured here. So we haven't identified these 2 with certainty, but it's very strong that this is Elias C. Because the commentary of Lauren featured here. I'm actually going to guess that that's Lauren there, but we'll put that picture there for now. She mentions that everybody, like, she wanted Elias over on the left so that it would mirror the photo, the 5 pieces photo, because he looks like their father, both in how he's dressed and his general appearance. But there was argument about it, so they said they were going to bunch up in the middle, and everybody kind of filed in around them, which is why I think that's Lauren then, because Lauren and her 3 brothers, again, Carl, Elias, Edward. Yeah, since to me, he looked a lot like Pops in the old one. Grandma insisted we include Samantha here, even if we didn't want to. I didn't think it fair Miracle made it in, since he's technically a 5-piece. This is, I guess my inner child still holds a grudge even after all these years. This I didn't really think of, in so far as there is something then between Lauren and Miracle. Anywho. I never noticed that. They got the name backwards. If you haven't figured it out yet, like if you hadn't figured it out by now, that is an explicit, the name of her father is Clancy Edward Roottrees. There's Gwen and her sons. There's Elias and Gwyneth. Who are we looking for? We need more about Elias C. Is it going to be Elias Clancy? Let's find out. No. That's a comma, not a period. No such luck. So if we look at A Life Between Wars, we only have Sam having relevance there. Becca get deja vu. Clark's getting married again. Yeah. No Roottrees is ever remarried. Sure, I lost Jacob. So again, first to remarry, he is the one with the cavalcade of broken off relationships. Which is a good way, since there is, if we look at the tree here, her saying Clark never remarried. Most of the other breakups do not converge on a marriage. His does. There's got to be more pictures of Clark. He would be in the Free Spirits generation. It doesn't help me to incorporate those pictures, but, you know, completionism. It's implied that it would be one of these two. We actually know who that is over here. That's Guy, and that's Bonnie. They were initially known as the child kind of spokespeople slash, you know, celebrities for an advertising campaign for the company that was, at the time that Zach was running it, called Boys and Girls Agree. That it's, you know, boys and girls don't often agree, but they agree that our chocolate is best. Ad campaign, and those are the photos, their faces from the photos for that ad campaign. Her disrespect to marriage is due to a lack of a real father. Eli C. stepped up and helped. But Clancy and Edward did not. Clancy should be her oldest brother. Yeah, Clancy Jr. So it's these two didn't help with raising Clark, her son. Clark was raised almost as a sibling of James, and they initially were part of a band that was like the two couples. The band did not go over well. After he left the band, he got into, like, his musical style was about being catchy. And so he went into advertising as a jingle writer. So we still have a November root tree. I still think by implication that is November, but we don't have any confirmation of that. This is also implied to be one of the children of Bonnie by the red hair. Just like this is a child of Samantha. One of these two. We don't know which. So we have 3 more to get for the next bit of information. We had more information about Jim and Clark. We might get further. So there's something about this relationship which I have to believe will lead us to being able to fill in Eli C. it's all three of her male siblings are supposed to be in a knowledge-related field, in kind of an academic field. So, like, he's a lawyer, he's a professor. And we won't know if we get this right. I would really prefer that I have a strong confirmation before I try to fill that in. Guesswork is technically viable in this, especially if you know that you have two and a strong lineup on another. Then you could guess, but I want to avoid doing that. Again, this is the informed hypothesis kind of thing, where it's not uncommon for Roottrees females in this generation to be housewives, because Gwyn is the first time, and she is a younger one. Only Miracle's children are younger in this generation. That is considered the first to have a profession, which is why we have housewife over here as well. She's a farmer because of the way her life unfolded. She was effectively hidden away on the family farm. Again, one of these is the college student. This is Jim and Diamond LaRue's album. This is the only album to have any success. I already looked up Peter. That led us to a magazine, if I recall. Donald, this game is called The Roottrees Are Dead. It is an investigation and deduction game. We are trying to fully map out a family line. And we do so through looking through pieces of evidence like photos, books, magazines, all kinds of stuff. Web searches. It's set in the late 90s. So when I say web search, I mean the clunkiest version. Enough to track them into caring. It was primarily roller discos. From the start of the stream, Rift, yes. We played this a couple of days ago for like 7 hours straight. It's nice that they say this. The lyrics of this song contain no clues. Now, it's possible that's not right. I really, really enjoy this kind of game, Donald, where you need to, like, put together the evidence. It's not just, I found the doodad, like in the Phoenix Wright games. Phoenix Wright games are fun, but they're much closer to a visual novel than this kind of game. Way closer to a visual novel. So this is Jim's daughter, Candy. That's his son in the Christmas card. Everything is around here. 5 data points in this. This is Caroline, who is involved in like environmental activism. So she clashed with Carl, the 5th president of the company, over the expansion of the maple farms in areas that wasn't a native tree. We looked up this book, and there's not a lot in it. There has to be something about, like, this image or perhaps, like, her outfit that tells us more. It's not really, we're a private investigator, Donald. We have been hired to identify all of the blood relations because there is something in trying to remember what it's called, but there is a legal document that is almost impossible to get rid of in the family, that is effectively all of the Roottrees, a substantial portion of the money that would normally go to, like, executives in the Roottrees Candy Company instead are added equally to a trust that is allocated shares of that money. So it is a vested interest in all of them to ensure that the candy company succeeds. Because that's where their money comes from. They can access their part of the trust at 18. So somebody has hired us to look into that, but it really seems like there's more to that there. That could easily be one of the grandchildren of Gwyn. This was the piece of art that was dichotomy, bifurcation. Clark is like an art student. We have no idea who these two are. Ernie, more than anyone else on Earth, knew how busy your job can be. I've enclosed a Shiva candle identical to ours. So Ernest is another one that we haven't identified. Yes. But I think the Shiva candle doesn't have anything in it that we can derive. Pretty much, Donald, pretty much. Okay, on the wall in his office, we can see the two pictures that we have. There was apparently a burst pipe in the office after his death. And initially we received these two pictures from our client. And it was later shown that somebody snuck in. We know our client is one of the Roottrees. And why she is having us do this is not 100% clear. But she has supplied us with those two pictures. There is supposed to be something else about this article that is useful to us. So that's the immediate one. Carl's cousin Jim, a notable singer who had a young daughter around the same age as Raina. This leads us to, like, Candy. Second cousin, Ernie. Ernie Jr. Okay, so it should be 2 family lines out. So these are 1 family line out. This could be Ernie. Actually, that would be first cousin. Wouldn't it? because this line, like, these would all be first cousins. So, children of the siblings of your parents. Second cousins would be all in this row. There's fuzziness here, but that could be Ernie Jr., Ernest Jr. But generally that would imply an Ernest directly above, and that being the firstborn. But we don't have that. So we don't know where an Ernest, like, senior shows up. The Rift is doing something in tall format. I don't recognize, like, I'm not familiar with the jewels pattern on YouTube. That is very much, again, kind of a TikTok crossover mechanism. But I see you're doing a lot over there. So I appreciate it. Let me see if I can identify more about that. I should probably know more about that. I am super professional. Mechanisms. I don't know. But thank you nonetheless, Rift. Thank you. I appreciate it. No, that's Elias. And we also know that Ernest Roottrees Jr. doesn't really show up anywhere. Oh, no, wait. Ernest Jr. is... So, Guy was the original successor of Zach as the third president. Then Ernest Jr. And Ernest Jr. was supposedly the one that Zach was, like, mentoring. We don't actually know that this is Gwendolyn Morden, but there's a decent chance. Because this is the Morden family line. It's possible that one of these is Ernest or something like that, because... Where is the indicator here? Thank you, Jade. I appreciate it. I do like how the model turned out. The only thing I know, Rift, is that the gemstone thing is an analog of super chats for tall form, but I don't... It's about all I understand. It's kind of the sticker thing on TikTok. Yes, welcome everyone. Welcome, Jade. Okay, this was in the first book, actually, where I think they mentioned this. No, it was about Guy. It was in a magazine article about Guy. Do I have that in my notes? Guy. His uncle and current president at the time had decided to take an early retirement and focus on traveling the world. Now that our daughters have started families of their own, Claire and I plan to reflect on a life well lived. Still isn't a certainty. The implication of that statement is that Gwendolyn already had children at the time that Guy was there, but it is... I don't know, Rift. I'll have to see later if it shows up somewhere in the metrics for the channel. But they were already kind of training Ernest, I thought. Ernest Jr. So it's possible, again, that this is Ernest and then an Ernest Jr. But that's generally not how you would do the naming in the family. But that doesn't mean it's not that way. It could be this, since this is very much within this generation. It could be one of the children is Ernest and that there is an Ernest Jr., but again, I don't know. There is a factoid somewhere that we're not identifying. So hunting down her husband and the show didn't go anywhere. This is a reference to her diary and revisiting the diary books. Lauren. Grandpa passed away. Grandma tells me she was really proud. I remember encountering people named Guy before, but it is uncommon. Nowadays. So this is before they understood who Sam was. I didn't recognize Sam at Uncle Junior's wedding to Patricia last year. So that is... Patricia is the woman that he had an affair out of wedlock with, or an affair with. And eventually they married, which is where Samantha comes into the picture. So she was at the wedding here. Once you have everything else filled in, there are essentially 2 names associated with Samantha in that note there, and that might be what we are ultimately supposed to be doing, is identifying those 2 people. So Elias C, we know that for sure. That we stopped last time, one, because my "you should be sleeping" alarm went off. But additionally, we were reaching kind of an impasse. So we're picking back up at that point, seeing if some fresh eyes are going to help us here. We still don't know who EC is, the farmhands EC and John. Do we have an EC name? The implication is that they're male, but that's not a certainty. We don't have an EC here. Like, we have Elias C, but Elias C wouldn't be a farmhand. And that's also potentially older. Okay, no indication there. So, this is talking about the naming conventions. Like, there are 3 Elis. Uncle Junior is Elias Jr., the firstborn male of Elias. So, Elias Jr. That is the convention, but not a rule of naming, is that the firstborn male carries a name from a prior generation as Junior. But there's also the other children who their firstborn males are also brownout. So it'll potentially take a moment for the cameras to wake back up. They are not on a battery backup, so it may be a little bit before they can kick back in. So I don't know what'll happen with that. I should look in getting them on a protection, a small UPS, you know. Well, if we do this. Don't seem to be waking up. Let me give them a poke here and see if they are awake or not. They're not damaged. Okay, they exist, but their sources may be a little wonky. Oh, there we go. Okay, I feel better. So the 3 Elis, all of them effectively being juniors. It's his father and Grandma Gwyneth's father were named Clancy and Edward, so Clancy Edward. And then Clancy Edward named one of his children Clancy and another Edward, and another Elias Jr. Oh. Okay. A combination of I think Gwendolyn got her name from some combination of Gwyneth and Carolyn. I suspect if we were to look back at her, Anderson. Oops. So we found these a while back, but I'm seeing if I can find a indication of like her parental name, like the name passage here. Okay. Here's a gamble. Caroline Anderson. Nope. How about periodicals? Butler County Times. Nope. How about no, that wouldn't be the case. Don't need that page. Blood is thicker than syrup is one of his traits. Any child linked by blood to me shall be linked by blood to my legacy. Bess Williams, I thought we already searched for this, but we are. Old book, no downloadable version because the book is impossible to find these days. Okay. Purge these out so I can. College professor, we got that. Okay. The Clanshead Trust was the thing that I mentioned. Is a fixed percentage of the profits of the company are split every quarter amongst bank accounts representing each direct relative of Elias and Gwyneth. Trees versus RR. know I looked this up before. RR was a fellow member of the trust. Hey there, it's moving along. It's moving along. Who could have been an RR? I mean, both of these. You do indeed. Let's do a quick look here. So the implication is that it is a root tree because of the, the surname having an R. Okay, it's not. Wait a minute. Ernest Jr. Madsen. That puts them in. Oh, Madsen was I know that was somewhere. This is an investigation/deduction game. We are tasked with positively identifying every blood member of the family of these two. Exactly why is not clear, but that's what we're doing. And we're presented with like photos and newspaper clippings and similar like web searches we can do to find all of these people. Okay, so the only RR, they seem to be Ronald and Robert. Like, that's the best guess I have. There's also these two. Was it RR Productions? Yeah, okay. RR Productions is Brother Trouble. Being ironic considering the rumors about RR Productions, Ron and Robbie Roottrees. So if we take that, if you got some questions, fire away there, Lar. Is it Lar? Or Laro? Periodicals, if we do Silver Screen and RR Productions. Robbie Roottrees was convicted of the name Robert. Okay, fuel a gambling habit. Public record that there was a trial involving Robert Roottrees around the time that Brother Trouble was canceled. It's custom. It is inspired by a Noida mod that I made some years ago. I think years ago now. Unique character, my own creation ultimately. But the art is done by a studio that I've worked with a couple of times now. But there is a story behind it. Okay, let's look back in periodicals again. If we look here, Nothing. Nothing in Business Watch. So the Nanotype, the model of droid that I am the prototype of, is the second product of the Catbot Corporation, makers of the highly popular domestic robot, the Catbot. The prototype model, which I am, has been gifted entirely consensually with the engram of the mind of the chief engineer that used to be part of the advertising broadcast of the Catbot production model. After having obtained that and using that knowledge, with full permission of the Catbot Corporation board and CEO, I now run the factory responsible for producing the Nanotype model. And any indication of concepts that this might not be a positive relationship with the corporation, or terms such as weaponized or bunker or militarized or crisis are entirely exaggerated and potentially grounds for slander and libel. Hey there, Tass. Welcome. We have resumed our search. We've gotten 3 more, but we're in kind of a stall, and I feel like we have some information. There's got to be something that can lead us out of these 2. There is the implication that they are somehow involved with the lawsuit that tried to remove somebody from the Clansaid Trust because of something they did to another member. So if we go back to here, no, this was in the web search, I think. No, it's in the notes about the Clansaid Trust. Attempted unsuccessfully to remove somebody. First, the person in question, okay, Sam. And they committed a significant crime against a fellow member of the family. They tried to remove Sam. Because it is part of it that you can't, if you were to try to dissolve, you would have to get rid of the entire trust if you wanted to get one person out of it. Because part of the nature of its creation is every blood relation. Only we could find like a legal publication. So we know Sam is definitely a piece of information that we need to work from. The kids are lucky to have her. Okay. This implies a presence of an Ernie in here somewhere, but where? Do we have an Ernest? Yes. Ernest, and because it's the first in the line, Ernest Jr. would be here. We're taking a crack at this. I think this is accurate, though. We have another Madsen. So I have a Gwyneth and Nicole Madsen, though, but that can extend down here. But if this is Ernest Jr., then that scans with Zach having been kind of training Ernest Jr. to be the successor as the third president. Because it's called out as kind of strange that Guy became the third president and completely dropped the ball, while Zach was apparently tutoring Ernest. Ernest becomes the fourth one, but then steps down for some reason. Ernest Madsen Jr. Okay, let's do that search. It's with an ERN, right? Yeah. Okay. I may have already done this search, but we might as well try again. There we go. It's taking over the day-to-day for Roottrees after the previous president died unexpectedly. Little is known about them, but sources close to the family who have asked to remain anonymous. Okay, little is known because they are the son of Samantha, the sort of black sheep at that point. The born out of wedlock member of the family. Yeah, but was passed up for unspecified reasons. Need something else. There's got to be more information that relays off of this. Previous president died unexpectedly. Died in a car accident. Light on relevant details due to the recency of the accident. Police report the crash was caused by an unidentified driver who swerved in front of the Hudson's car, causing them to brake hard and veer off the interstate. This might be the thing that RR is asserting that Sam did. Is killing Hudson would have paved the way for Ernest Jr. to step in, her child. There were witnesses who reported that the vehicle which instigated the wreck was speeding, swerving between lanes, and cutting off other drivers off for at least 5 or 6 minutes before the accident. One witness says it could have been any one of us who they eventually ran off the road. The aggressor fled after the accident. Police have few leads other than make and model. There's a conspiracy website that listed Guy dying in a car accident and Ernest stepping down, potentially due to sickness. Guy husband's wife, Patricia. Different Patricia, apparently. No? There should be another Patricia other than Patricia Christensen, which was the one that married Elias Jr. Penelope, but we don't have another Patricia. Interesting. The fact that she is Gwendolyn here is the name carrying down. This is not confirmed. We might be able to get a name for Caroline's previous husband and her current spouse. Gwendolyn would have been in the picture with the rest of the free spirits, I think. That looks like brown eyes, so that... Well, no, Samantha has black hair, so she's not present in this picture. Welcome back, Rift. This is potentially Ernest right here. Because Samantha's children should have glasses. It is possible that the green eyes won't carry. But Ernest was the 4th president. And so I think that would be Ernest. Unless we have another picture we can find, you know? Who her other child would have been. I don't know who Edward's kid is. Okay, back to our evidence. Again, we are deep in the weeds at this point. We are at a situation where we need to find logical leaps that carry us to the next thing. So there's apparently 3 more things we can infer here. But what? Because that's James and Diamond, and this is Clark and Jane. The way this is set out, folk style songwriting, catchy, ... The actual sentence is derogatory. It's, you know, it's uninspired, and at best, it's catchy. Jim in Roottrees memorabilia. Let's circle back around to Jim Roottrees. Might have to do James here. Butler County by the time Jim and Diamond gained notoriety. Article came out when their one single was doing really well. Ah, here we go. This is where you can get her name, Candy. Two-year-old daughter. The writer of the article did not seem thrilled to report this fact and called the name a bit too on the nose. Oh, Roottrees Candy. Haha. Hitmaker. This was Clark and I grew up like brothers. Raffertoons. This is the company that Clark started. Which, let's try silver screen and business. Nope. Okay, web search. New document. Clark Rafferty LaRue's advertising firm. And there is an about page. You could picture labeled the inspiration for the famous Super Bowl ad campaign. Below that is more detail. Clark was in a department store getting a family portrait with his wife and children when his wife was trying to get his youngest, Katrina, to calm down for the picture. He had the idea for the Roottrees Super Bowl ad. Okay. Clark's wife at the time that he started Raffertoons. The only time it's his youngest. So this is the pair. So the wife is Kim, I think, is the youngest. So that's Katrina Rafferty LaRue. Katrina, that makes you Jessica. We're gonna put them in the K through 12 for the moment. But that's not a certainty. She is not a happy camper. Might be the other way around, actually. We don't know that this is correct. Or that this is correct. But we know the names are correct. Like, she could be in college by now for all we know, so we'll move this to unknown. Roottrees Super Bowl ad. The Roottrees Maples Super Bowl commercial from 1994 was a family bickering in a department store, and the father bites into a Roottrees Maple Crisp. Time stops and a jingle plays while he dances down the aisle. As he does, different things in the department store become Roottrees candy. For example, a bed that the father collapses onto becomes a giant chocolate bar. The jingle Need the Rest went on to be featured in other commercials with other scenarios. Okay. So let's do some more searches here. Nope, that's not what we want there. Just the brand, but it's still worth looking up. Famous jingle for Roottrees maples originated in the Super Bowl. So we'll have to look up Need the Rest. CEO run by a president. We're gonna look up this in area. That really seems like that's got to be Katrina there, though. It was trying to get her to calm down. It seems like she is unhappy. Still don't know Wolf Roottrees' profession. It's around the time of Gwen. Let's Edward Roottree in Starlet. Nope. Nope. Seeing if we can find anything related to the scandal around Edward Roottree. Or at least consternation around his marriage. I see Roottrees didn't get us anywhere. Edward doesn't. Edward Clancy is the lawyer, which would primarily get us the Clance Ed. I think that name is backwards. Yeah. Clan said trust. Combination with the clan said trust. It's the attempt to ensure it stays in the isolation. It's okay. This is the 5-piece guarantee is that the salary of the president is effectively nothing. It is the price of one piece of candy from their original 5-piece selection. Nothing there. if we take Lafferty LaRue? So that is... Raffertunes, Clark's advertising firm. Yep. What's the other child's name? Jessica. Periodicals, maybe? Nope. The campaign mailer is most notable because of CM here. It gives us the idea of whose parent Stephanie is, and that she is referring to some issue, which is, again, the environmental activism. But it's the conflict spread to the next generation. So again, I think that is the conflict between them. Still think it's him. This is not Elias. We would have gotten that confirmation elsewhere. But it's interesting that it's not. Because that is in this picture. This guy in the background. The bearded guy. With our last success, we would have gotten that. So I feel like there are some extra people here. As I said, Mr. Morden, who was there with, like, Gwendolyn, which is James Morden there, but we don't have a picture linked to him. And that picture, it would be somebody in this time frame. That seems like the best linkage. But, like, the part of the hair is very different. All right. Clancy Roottrees Jr. Searches resume. Nothing on him there. He wouldn't be. He would be in something academic. It's like he would probably be in something legal related. Supposed to be only this one has new information in it. Well, thanks for joining us, Laura. Hope you have a good day. The farm hands are also relevant. It's like Miller. No. I always refer to them as EC. Tools and taught him how to make the bike's engine faster. Eli was thrilled that he got for the bike, so is this going to be that it's implying that he grew up to be a mechanic? Yeah, jumpsuit and name tag could imply that. It could imply a lot of things, though. But there is a inference we can make. So we do. What if we use... One possibility is that the M stands for miracle, but because again, miracle root tree. No certainty there yet. We don't know that these are in the right order, and we don't know what their occupation is. But let's actually... There we go. Okay, Elias M. was a mechanic. But that is definitely not the picture. Oh, ooh, new evidence. Gimme.
On the phone, I said I owed you an explanation. But I can't reveal everything. Not yet.
Beverage.
I'm sure this all seems like deception for deception's sake. So I'll try to explain why. It's true, I'm working with lawyers. But not the candy company lawyers. My publisher's lawyers.
Lauren would be real old at this point. Carl had to be getting on into, like... Well, the pictures of some of the others in his generation are still reasonably recent. So then theirs could be 30s, 40s. This could still be Lauren.
I'm on the verge of releasing a book, and it's not kind to the Roottrees. Especially Elias and the 5 Pieces. The truth often isn't. But with the plane crash, the publisher is rightfully worried it'll look like I'm making things up to exploit a tragedy. So they're doing their due diligence. That's why you're here. To be sure, there's enough evidence for an expert to unearth the whole story.
Yeah, this has got to be Lauren.
If I tell you the whole story now, we can't prove that. I hope you understand. That said, I can say that the work you're doing is very personal to me.
So they're effectively having an independent source dig up everything they can about the Roottrees so that the publisher can do a pass on it to verify that there's not going to be anything that they can be successfully sued over.
To my story, one spot on the tree is more important than the rest. You've likely noticed it. It's locked for now. I'll return one final time, after you fill it in. Also, there are fewer Roottrees left. In a sense, that makes it easier. Use process of elimination. It's also harder to verify when you're right. You'll need 4 blood relatives before they lock from here on out. I don't have any more evidence for you, but trust your intuition. If something has a high number, it's not a mistake. You're getting closer and closer to the truth.
The story so far. Okay. So this isn't right. But Ernst Jr. doesn't have to be the firstborn child. This could be the daughter. Or a daughter. It wouldn't be Ernst Jr. if this wasn't a female. So we would need 3 more to be able to continue here. So this is potentially another root tree, which doesn't help us. Same here. What could he be that would be in an academic profession that is different? Wouldn't be political. Wouldn't be a student. We're going to throw a principal there for now. We'll throw a college student there. We don't know anything about them. It wouldn't be her. We have an association with Ernst in one of the pictures here. So that could be here and here. And if we look at this picture, so that's Debbie. And that could result in it being Debbie. Well, but let's look for a Debbie. So that could be Deborah Bean. So we either have a Madsen daughter here or a Bean daughter, depending on what name they may have taken. So we have Gwyneth and Nicole. Again, we have a limited ability to identify here. Okay. We don't know that that's accurate. Because she mentions Ernest, I think that's those 2. It's weird that the Shiva candle wasn't indicating a linkage still remaining, but it might be that those are like separate people. We don't know. Don't know that that's right. Feel that it's right. We don't have any other redheaded kids. One of these could be Gwendolyn then. But we don't know who that would be. We're going to toss you here. Because again, glasses, female line, glasses with green eyes. So if this is another woman, we would need another child with glasses. But this doesn't actually fit well. The photo quality is just too good. And the pictures he has are all people from like this row. So we're actually going to remove that and put that here. And that would be a college student. Similarly, this could be a college student. Else, if she is in the picture, that implies that there would be somebody else that could be the parent. It would be... nobody to match that, though. So, a child at the time. I still think this would be November. Do we have a female name that follows that kind of naming convention? Her name is November, so maybe we have an April, you know? She was very young at the time of that picture, which still could put her in college at the time. Could be wrong still. We have 2 more Roottrees kids that can go here. Ernie Jr. is present. Caroline is present. Gwyneth M. is present. Jim is present. Clark is present. So Clark is one of these. That would have to be Clark there. Yeah, that's probably Ernie Jr. Then between her and her, we have Gwyneth M. and Gwendolyn. would assume the paler one, but that's not a certainty. We're at this age, so we do have a Gwyneth Madsen. And that's probably her, because glasses. Which makes you Gwendolyn. I don't want to make too much of an assumption with this, but a lot of the people in this generation are either, let's say, indolent or in entertainment. Let's find a cat. Guy and Ember hanging out up there for quite a bit here. Can't line up a name there. That's a wild guess. All right, April Quaritch. Nope. Gwyneth Madsen. Gwyneth or Gwynth? Gwyneth. Hey, nothing on her. Gwendolyn Morden. Zachariah Morden. Did I already do that? James, maybe. Honey Hudson. She should show up. I think she would show up. Still a housewife. We don't know about Gwendolyn. But they said, like, a lot of them are, like, artists and dancers and entertainers, and we can see advertising and musician, screenwriter and director, preacher, and again, evangelist-style preacher. So a lot of them here have entertainment jobs, with Carl and Ernst Jr. being exceptions to that. We have 2 Madsen lines here. Her name is Landon, this is Landon, or this is Landon. So I have a Mark Landon. So this is Mark Landon. Caroline Morden. Did we already do a search for Caroline Morden? E-flag. New one. Parents and friends of lesbians and gays. Yep. That is further confirmation of this relationship here. Probably should have recognized that. I thought we already looked her up here. Yeah. We already looked up her book. Gwendolyn Morden. Did we already check her and other ones? So Caroline, and we're just carrying that name forward. No. So Hudson. We've got to have some more Hudson names. Though it may have changed, but let's find out. There are 3 children with Kellogg in their names, which implies a Kellogg here, a male name with Kellogg. It's not going to be David the Third or Fourth, or Bethany. What else we got? We have 2 Catralls. Could be Roottrees. They could keep the Roottrees name. Ernest Madsen doesn't show up in anything outside of the markers there. Again, these scan because of the glasses, but not necessarily the eye color. And these glasses seem to be an affectation. We have the beret there, and we have the sort of rainbow tinted. Her outfit has a lot of hippie vibe to it. She has 3 children. There are 2 there. The only triple is Kellogg. But that means we don't have a Kellogg. Nope, wait, here we go. Jem, Jason, Steven, and Zach. Okay, let's go through some of these names. Go to our evidence pile with this. Wilkins. Jason Steven Sack. There we go. Feels good, man. Oh. I mean, they might be a nice guy like pediatrician, but pediatrician to the stars. The fancy car and just I don't think you can carry a coat on your shoulder and smile like that and be anything other than kind of smarmy. The Wilson kids, okay. So this is... Those are his kids, but Wilson is referring to a big brother, which I believe would then be Jason. Sister is not indicated by age, but that gives us 2 different... Well, the sister can be at any position in this. Steven Wilson's kids. Let me look back at our evidence here a moment. Steven Wilson, though, might be the father. Yes. Okay, this is Steven Wilson. Okay, and this is Jason. It's 2 years ago, so he's probably in college. The youngest has got to... Oh, no, wait. So the brother is in college. The sister... So this has got to be Jason. And Jason is definitely the youngest then. They've got to be K through 12. Then either the sister is older and out of college, or is younger and in college? Let's start with younger and in college. This is 2 years ago, and he's graduated, though. This makes you Zach, but we're going to put you as a college student nonetheless. All right. Yes. Which makes you Gem, which is that, and Gem. And that's really college or late high school. This is Deborah. Don't know her name. It isn't Bean, it is Madsen then. And there are 2 possible Madsens. Unless we have another name shift here. We don't know the timeline on this, because if that's their kid in the picture, they've got to be at least this old by this time. But for that not to be college, so it wasn't right. But April Quaritch sounds like a good guess to say they gave her a month name. April is a regular name, though. Could still be somebody else. Okay. David the Third, David the Fourth. That implies a husband and then a daughter's son. So let's try David Kellogg the Third in a search. Nope. About... Let's get our name list here. Can be any of them that lead to it. Okay. Kellogg the Third, period. So let's redo that search. Fourth? Nope. But that is a pair, which I am going to make the leap here that this is David Kellogg III, which gives us a potential linkage. We're going to put you here and you here, but that doesn't tell us for sure. Only that this is probably true, but not necessarily the position. And this would be Bethany Kellogg. How about Bonnie Kellogg? It's with 2 L's, right? Yeah. Fourth. Gwyneth Madsen in Starlet, maybe? Teen Blast is another one we should check. Not for her, but did that check. Don't know what Gwyneth went on to do. All right, let's just check our evidence list. All right, we're narrowing a lot of stuff down. There is still something about this. Red in capitals. I want to... Roottrees rally racket revealed. Campaign event. He claimed to be related to the Roottrees and promised free 5 pieces on election day. Less than a day it came out his last name was a coincidence, and that he had no such power to offer free candy. Very old-timey. Too late for him to get on the donor list. The company took care of us beyond our wildest expectations. Okay, this is he had organ failure of some kind. Yeah, it went unsaid at the time, but Ernie and I knew it had to have been Carl that convinced the trust, and that it was no coincidence that it happened shortly after your visit, Brenda. So this is... money was routed to the family to try to help Ernst recover. This is Nicole. She seems kind of young. Could be a high schooler, but this is essentially take a guess territory. at this point, she has to be at least old enough into this territory. And we know it's not a K through 12 student. She looks young in that picture, but that picture was taken when these pictures were taken. So like 70, so she's got to be like around 20 by now, at least. We know that's Nicole Madsen, then we know we don't have any more Madsens. We don't have any more Madsens. So this is a different name. So we're looking for 2 of another name. That could be Catrall. It's not Wilkins. Catrall is a viable choice here. And so, welcome back, Rift. So this is Sam and Stephanie. Again, we're taking a swing at this. That would be 1, 2, 3. We don't know what her profession was, but we do have some things wrong. We're going to move David. We're going to swap David and Bethany here. That would make you a college student. Not a certainty, but then we go over here. We've got 2 more Roottrees kids. We have another potential Roottrees kid. We have 3. We have a couple more female names to lock in. This should have locked in, so that can't be principal. We're going to put professor here. Arbitrary female name there. Same with all of these. But oh, Patricia Jones. We do have a Patricia over here. How did I? Should be guy's marriage to Patricia. It should have marked. Professor could work. We're going to leave college student there. We have a picture of her somewhere. Or yeah. Okay, so we have a female name and then 2 more Roottrees, most likely. Then just, we are going to throw this over here just as there's an arbitrary one lingering. This should also be one of the people in the Dreamer photo. No, they weren't present, so we don't know who this is yet. There's Lennon, there's too many. But there's a Jack and a Christina Roottrees left. And I feel like they would have tried to carry on the Roottrees name accordingly. But that doesn't tell us who that would be or what they would look like. What Wolf Roottrees does now. Wait a minute. He is the child of a musician. So we're going to rattle through some of this. Nope. Nope. And I feel confident that we already tried searching for him. They could be implying musician with the headphones, but I don't know. I don't have a guess there. We have a picture of her somewhere. We also know that we have almost certainly another blonde lingering around. And we definitely know some of this is wrong. In particular, I would like to be able to identify Gwyneth Madsen. Patricia Christensen. Okay, she was the child of some sort of magnate at the time. So Patricia Christensen. Is that right? Christensen. Okay, both of those are E. And periodicals, Butler County Times. No. How about, did she take on the Roottrees name? Nope. Hey, no luck there. I'm gonna look up Sam and Samantha Roottrees here. Okay, how about Christensen? Okay, we'll take that over here. There we go. Okay. Steel company in the early 1900s, old birth announcements. The owner, Matthias Christensen. The only name that looks familiar is Patricia, the third of his 4 children. The VP of the U.S. had stopped there to visit the factory floor. Ooh. So there is a connection between Samantha. Okay, so in one of her book entries, she mentions in 3rd grade that a girl came up to her and said, "Your father is my father," in more childish terms, and with some pushing. Advertised around 1949, a blurb stating that he was stepping down and attempting to sell the company. World War II history page. They contributed to the war effort. Steamy Correspondence by Tina Angelina. Correspondence or correspondence? Dense. Historical letters with an erotic twist. Each letter is accompanied by context from the book's author. Letter from the book has been added. That's the kind of cover, yeah. Somebody goes by Patch wrote a letter full of innuendo to an unknown gentleman who it is clear she had a romantic history with. Patch is thought by the book's author to have been Patricia Christensen, a daughter of the owner of Christensen Steel. Her nickname was Pat, and CH were the first two letters of her last name. Married to an older man of no notable status, the letter was most definitely not to him. A few passages after the steamy bits that mention a daughter, leading Tina to theorize that this letter was written to the father of a child she had hid from society. A twisted twin that seems to evoke imagery from classic literature. If not for her story, yours and mine would be the most tragic tale ever told. Not awful is it that such beauty was ripped from its rightful state, and worse, sent to live in possession of your brother's twisted twin. Sentence 2, stand apart. There's twisted twin. Oh, okay. Your father is my father. Clancy Edward. There is an EC. Because she has received correspondence for Edward Clancy, and she had to tell them you have the name backwards. Okay. Okay. Do. Because, remember, Samantha was a shame to the family, and she was sent to work on the farm to keep her around, but to keep her out of sight. And later people remembered, hey, we've seen her before. And it's always with EC. Oh, and EC was referred to, I don't know where, as a confirmed bachelor. Maybe that's why that is the twisted twin. Product of the times, folks. Life of labor under a wicked relative. Okay, so this is about Samantha. Okay, this is strongly associated with that, with the sealed letter. Okay, back we go, back we go. That's the naming, names. Edward and Clancy, now you know where Pop's name came from. One thing that's always been consistent in the family, blah, 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 blah. Yeah. I remember once receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy Roottrees. Edward Clancy Roottrees is going to be one of those things. And he is living with his roommate. Quote, unquote. Okay. Yes, the roommate of a confirmed bachelor. The scandal. Definitely possible. But I feel like this is going to be, again, Edward Clancy there. Which gives the possibility that the guy with a beard in the picture is EC. We still have a lot of people to ID, though. And some of these folks really do imply additional evidence. There has to be something we haven't found yet, you know? Because some of these should kick off. Right, we're gonna riffle through some of this real quick. We're not revisiting the diary. We go for this one. Ours, notable root. Yeah. Daughter. It's Castle, which identified that, helped write. The client said trust. Okay. And I think that's why Lauren would be involved, is that she knows there is another blood relation or somebody that was a blood relation that might be connected down. So, child, Aunt Margot. Misty. Just skimming here, so pardon me while I mutter to myself. Cheers, lawyers. Best words Pop used when told Ma he wouldn't go to us. These are indications of who Zach is. Amongst the next generation, he's the chubby guy. Okay, we're going to take this note. Clancy swore. We're going to reorder that one into... Okay, I wanted in particular to put this here because there's John. Somewhere else there is a reference to another part of the name. Clark. Pursue passive knowledge. Yeah, so it's anywhere south of Pennsylvania, it would have been illegal. But Pop seems to have gotten over it because Edward is set to take over his department once he retires. Hey, Maddock, we're getting there. And I have some theory. I'm building up some theories about that top secret envelope. But I think some of the stuff has gotten lost in the mix. But I think, let me just... So far, yes. Like, I'm still trying to figure out what this kid does. Like, I can take pot shots here and say musician, but... And that's what it has implied, is that at this moment, we kind of have to guess. And I'm using inference based on... that's Bethany. Well, it's either Bethany there or Bethany elsewhere. I continue to be reminded of when we played Tunic. And I wish we had played Tunic in the era where I had YouTube VODs going. Because that was a ton of fun. Like, I especially wish I had a clip of the recitation of the Golden Road. Yeah, for a while I only streamed on Twitch, and this was also back before they had a rolling deletion of VODs. But yeah, the Golden Road, the Konami code that just doesn't end. Let's swap it again. I don't know which one's older. I don't think it would be pro athlete. Because these are cousins. It's not out of the question, Jay. The difficulty with some of them is like things like Tunic are massively diminished with prior knowledge. But games that I don't remember sufficiently, I will revisit. But Tunic in particular, I'm of the opinion you can't replay. There is so much of it that is the experience. Like going through it. Because it just unfolds and unfolds in front of you. And even if you've forgotten some of it, if you remember any of it, it connects dots. Like, heavily connects dots. It's really good, Jay. Almost certainly, Medic. All right, let's do some more searches here. Mercacole. So here's the Miracle Network. But there's... Yeah. I'm really loving the just the weird chain of events here. Okay. Once again, we're gonna do Miracle Roottrees Estate. Okay, it runs the Miracle Network. All right. I thought some of the stories in here, especially in Gwyn. Yeah, you can daisy chain into it, and you get the you get a newspaper article, a name of the time, like a, you know, Roottree rally rabble, you know, rescinded or something like that. Where it was discovered that his name was a coincidence the next day after promising that he would give everybody free candy if he won. And since it was a coincidence, he had no power to distribute free candy. So like right here, it's your pop is my pop. Edward Clancy is his twin, and there is essentially another child. Yeah, your pop is my dad. But we've got to identify everybody else before we can make the guess. And if there is a father, that the whole confirmed bachelor thing is up in the air. It might be a dodge, and it might be referring to the other guy. But I need to figure out where some of that correspondence lived. Story item. This was... Oh, well. Stephanie is an only child. Davy's younger sister is Bethany. Okay. This is definitely Bethany. Bethany Kellogg. And if she's younger, that could easily put her in K-12. My guess on it so far, Maddock, is that the twin brother is being hidden on the farm either because of homosexuality. So it's, we're not going to like disown you because scandal, but because scandal, we're going to hide you in this box. Or it is another affair or similar. We don't know at this time. But I feel very confident because of the reference that Lauren makes to receiving certified mail for an Edward Clancy as opposed to Clancy Edward. And the reference to a twisted twin and an EC at the farm says some of that. So let's do a quick review here. It was in periodicals, Butler Times, Anderson Farm. Current head of farming, Miss Cattrall. Right here. Ooh, Gwyneth Madsen, but if she married Sam Cattrall, then that would make her a farmer. This is assuming that that is Sam Cattrall there and that Sam Cattrall doesn't appear elsewhere. But from what I can tell, that is the only male spouse yet to be found, because there's only one other Cattrall, which would probably be Stephanie here. Let's, though, look back at this bit of evidence here. Bethany's yearbook picture. It's Stephanie, who is an only child. Okay, I think we've got Stephanie here. Bethany would then be this one. Ta-da! Getting there. Getting there. Oh, hey, nice. This one's not... Well, no, this one could be correct, but I don't think it is. These two I don't think are actually correct, but it depends on the order that it would take them in. And same with this. And this. Also this. I don't know. He is in a... There is the implication that everybody in the family seems to pursue a knowledge-based career. And I've tried a couple in here, but there's also an uncertainty as far as the order that it loads them in. Like, you know, you got these right. Which order does it grab them in? But now we need an additional 4. This is another thing that it has in common with scene investigators to some extent, is scene investigators, to finish a case or a part of a case, you essentially had to fill in a worksheet, and it would only tell you, depending on how you set the difficulty, either how many you got right or whether it was all right or not. And that's the feel here, is when it says you have to get 4 of them together. Yes, that was actually... that was one of those, oh man, that's true moment. But it is these little elements like that where, was it that one was right? Like, I have had moments where I've had multiple lined up potentially, and that by fixing one, I suddenly had enough, but that would still imply that these are just wrong. Like, this is still potentially just wrong. The assertion I'm making with November is that this is April Quaritch, and that there is a implication that the mother, that April here, would be probably African American. And this is the first character I've seen with that kind of curly hair. There could be other pictures. Still don't know that, but maybe... Is there anything about James that might imply the mother? All. There is still one more thing we can infer from this, apparently. Yeah, it should be any 4. Which, yeah. Anyway. All right, let's daisy chain back through some of these. Back here, I'm going to look at... So we looked at this one. Let's go James Roottrees. Fan club. Copy back to periodicals. It's that most of their other songs or albums are not notable. It's noteworthy that they said is considered by fans to be the band's lead singer, and that the fan club is named after her, and that it's has become a bit of a recluse. So send out a Christmas card. '96, which is very recent, so he's... And this was that they tried to hide that they were the children of famous people. Son Wolf. Leads to the same article. Oh, okay, this is a new article. Session work for their great uncle's record label. Remember, any songs from 1960 to 65 that featured the voices of kids, they were probably involved. Back then they were credited as the Lucky LaRues. Now that she's passed, they've moved on to bigger and better ventures. He's passed. Going by their full names. Prominent role on Broadway. That is a tricky part, Maddock, and with a lot of games of this nature, one of the things that I say to folks is to watch out for, like, overt spoilers are definitely, off the table. You don't do that unless it is requested. But there's also spoiler by implication. So you're gonna love the story behind this character is by implication there's a lot to dig up that is interesting. And so the person might home in on that character kind of thing. And there are plenty of folks that don't understand that. Talent for hire site as a wedding singer. Way down in the credentials section of her biography, it mentions she got her start as a young girl when she was Jane LaRue of the Lucky LaRues. Okay, Jane Del Vecchio. To only contact her agent in the event that you actually wish to hire her, and that any and all inquiries of her past or her sister would be ignored. Okay, so Jane is the middle sister of Diamond LaRue. She was originally married to Clark Rafferty, Lauren's kid. But Jane found him sleeping with her younger sister, Kim, who he is now married to. So that broke off. And this is her past or her sister. Now, whether that's Diamond or Kim in particular. Hey there, Laura. We continue to dig. Okay, I think that might have just been a fun sidetrack, which is another good thing about this game, is that there are sidetracks. There are things that are just, hey, did you know? This won't move you towards your goal, but we are backtracking through evidence because there's definitely some stuff that we missed. Yeah, Maddock, yeah. The distinct possibility that it's kind of a shotgun of blame there. Let's do Sweet History of Candy, Volume 2 by Charles Lee. I know we looked this up way back. Lee. Okay, that's where we got the advertisement. Where did we find that mention? There's another where it was somebody talking about... I feel like it had to be somewhere in here. They were talking about the farm. Notes about her. Let's look up Lauren. Life Between Wars. Same thing. Life Between Wars got us those. Those are just like cute to try and look up. Let's... There's got to be some relay here. It's candy. The first maple farm. No. So I think it was still when we were searching in this area. Gwyn, Roottrees, and Starlet. Let's go back to there. Name. With 2 N's. Gwynnon. Tabloid. Movies. So we're going to take her name, we're going to search in periodicals, and we're going to look here. And then Starlet. this was getting her mother's name. Family names for the next generation. Tree for the last name, but we also plan to lean into... Okay, yeah, that's Robert and Ronnie. Robbie and Ronnie. K wasn't there. I think it was off of Miracle. Quick break, and then we're going to continue. One moment, please. Okay. Back we go. That could still be incorrect as to what she is right now. Wait. Middle school. I remembered seeing the marker behind it. She's not in college. She's at a middle school. She really... she could be younger. but if that were right, it would have triggered sooner. This could be a reach. This could just be a big reach. Like, figuring out who she is and what she do. Click, click, click. Seeing the indication that that's a uniform or at a store, because it's just a generic Christmas picture on a card, which would imply that it is like a staged photo, essentially. This is they're an architect implication there. This is Aunt Gwendolyn's husband is Morden, which I think is accurate. Oh, it's swapped. Okay. Huh. If you have a different photo that is considered more accurate, I think the reason this swapped, this looks more like the silhouette in the door. Gwendolyn James Morden. Okay. Yeah. Then there, not there. It's Nicole. We narrowed down the Nicoles. Nicole Smith. Okay. Oof. Fills in another name. Linus Cornwall, which is a male name that we could leverage, as well as a Jack Roottrees. But Jack seems to be, like, Jack and Tessa are definitely going to be deployed somewhere. But we're going to remove that name. No, that has to be November, because it's well, that picture is November. But wait. It's not there. It's in this picture. And this is supposed to be a picture of the free spirits, which he is counted amongst. And this would be a child of the next generation, which we have November. But there's no guarantee that that's Edward, but again, the hair. We're just gonna be checking over some other stuff. Bethany, yearbook picture. It's her yearbook picture. That implies K-12. You're not gonna, unless it was her yearbook picture from some time ago, but she's younger than college student brother. Can't tell if that's a graduating class in college or not, but again, yearbook picture when he more recently sent around. Direct picture. Okay. The picture is used up, essentially. Oh, well, I mean, that's good. It removes it from here as well. And there is nothing left to find. Well, in theory... Oh, that's because it's right here. Look at me being wrong. Okay. 2 years ago, yearbook picture. Yeah. Those fun moments where you speak confidently and then are quickly proved wrong. Not a professor. Wouldn't be a preacher. Could also be a lawyer. Or a doctor, but I don't know. All we know is it's a knowledge-related profession. Or at least most of them. It could be that he is the exception. I don't know. There is a picture of her that's somewhere. Look this up again. There's got to be somewhere. On Roottrees. Most popular of which was Jane Eyre, which reimagined the Charlotte Bronte novel as a high school romance with a focus on skateboarding. Let's do... Malibu. Ron married Penelope. Okay. Penelope Tessa Green. plays the mother on the show. Yeah. Who's a stand-up. For the Laugh Lounge, a club in Reno that claims Penelope got her stand-up start and first did her famously raunchy breast milk cheese routine in the 80s. Birth of her first child, but still makes yearly appearances for fundraisers. Jack watching one of her mother's charities, 1994. That puts them really close in age. Oh, no, this is 97. Okay, so Jack is the older one, and that's his picture. Is it Jack Roottrees? Yes. If I had to guess, we're going to go with Tessa. Baby. Okay, how about Cat Christina? There we go. 9 to go. Okay, we've got this whole branch. Don't know her yet. Which makes this a Tessa. I can't imagine that we would get, because this is where the Roottrees name was apparently cast off, but you know that wouldn't stick. Possible. It is possible. Probably be in college by now. Is it? Let's see. We are getting some dropped frames at the moment. It is continuing to tick along, so we've definitely got some loss here. It is building up. Check and see if we have any sort of... Yes, we do. There is a problem. Yeah, connection is bad. Hopefully this is not leading up to a net outage. We don't know what the name would be there. There's the possibility of a red herring here, that it wasn't Edward. And it is instead... No, that can't be right. We are going to purge that out, though, because I don't know for sure. Well, no, we're going to put November here. Catherine Wilkins. All right, we are going to start searching some more names here. Oh, yeah, that is creeping along. We might end up stopping early to intervene in this case, since we'll see if it slows its progress, but we are steadily losing frames due to network. It would seem. Tessa Roottrees. Just blanking for a moment. Tessa. No. Our upload rate doesn't seem to be great, but it's hard to say. But it's fluctuating all over the place. We are encoding fine. But it's just slow to get it, you know? Hey, how about John Monroe? Joan. Yeah, again, the upload going up to YouTube is continuing to chug a little bit. Looking at the number here. Just gonna stare at it for a moment. We may be starting to recover. Yeah, we should start recovering soon. The connection has improved. Else. Helen Lennon. G-L-E-N. Oh. Else. Cornwall. Yes, it should be getting better. seems viable there. We have a Tessa. I don't think we have a picture of them, but could she appear in there? The only one not accounted for. Still don't know for sure what he do. Okay, add. Tied that one up. There's a lot going on in this one yet. We've looked up Stephanie Jones. Let's loop around again. Which we should not find here because she'll have a different name. Ah, here we go. As well as small articles. Taking over his father's print company. Printing staple, yeah. The website has existed in Butler County for some time. The website seems fancy. It even has frames. Roottrees Motors. On. Yes. Hey there, codename. Welcome. Got multiple things here, but I only see the one. Wilkins Motors. Ah. Wilkins. A game developer? Technically. I said then I am developing a game. We do streams of it. Now, we've joined a sweeter family. Tessa Roottrees, our newest fixer. She is a mechanic. Excellent. We don't know which one, but... So there's Helen Lennon and or Joan Monroe there. Which... we are so close. Which does confirm right there. But we need to know what she do. And I don't recall finding her in any of the periodicals. But maybe there's... Okay, let's... Quarath, Quaritched. I'm having to type around a cat. It's got to be the right name, but it's a what she do. Codename, I worked as a software developer in the past. I have experience there. I have education in programming as well. Happily, the frame drop should be... is there... website frame would be usually is referring to a encapsulated browser window. So it'd be like a secondary scrollable segment. It's the kind of thing that you used to see with like chapter boxes or like tables of contents, where they were in their own box and then the content was in its own box, and clicking the one would load it in the other. Nomadic. It is a sort of along the vein of Vampire Survivors or similar. We're programming it in C# and Godot. Need to get the people with pictures. Yes, in that regard, Lore, another channel regular, is also a game developer. He started working on a Battletech-like game. We need to ID what they do. He is not a musician. He could be any number of things. We need to identify him somewhere. Oh yeah, Rift, we are making ground. The whole left is done, and we have much of the rest of it covered, but all of these folks are trickier. Can't be college. You wouldn't think it would be K-12. We just don't know enough about her. About just their last name. if you're looking at level design, well, okay. So the game industry in general is really vicious as far as entry level. Entering as like an artist of any kind can be very difficult. Entering as a tester can be very difficult. And I don't mean it's hard to get in at the rank and file level. It's that it is often not given the value that it should be from a corporate perspective. Code testing and similar is almost never given the sort of credit that it should. It is way more skilled labor than people give it credit for. And game testing is not just playing video games. It is grueling, tedious work. Again, this is speaking from the outside based on my recollection of stories from people inside the industry. Software development in general, I can't think of any companies in particular if you're looking for major companies. If you're looking to get into game development, building up a portfolio or having non-trivial programming experience is a good idea. Hey, Dodds. Welcome. We've got her for sure. We need to get the rest of them. Where would Wolf Roottrees show up? Well, thank you, Rift. At least, imposter syndrome would have me deny that and generally refer to myself as clever. We know what that one's referring to. There's got to be something here. Well, it wouldn't be in Starlit. That's an old, out-of-date paper. What are they called? Diamonds. $96. We're around 98 right now. It's all female band, yeah. About going to relay that into here and here. The fluses. No. New York. There was something that I was able to daisy chain off of here. There was something about this that... just loops us back into there. Yeah. So this wouldn't cover anything new. Why is it that this one still has something left, as does this? Easy to find online. With this kind of thing, sometimes seeing the dents in the outlines here would be a, like, that's a common trope, is that if the sheet of paper above that one in the notepad was used, the imprint of what was written above it can sometimes transfer below, and then you do the whole, like, either graphene paper or similar. Not that I have found, Jay. The red root tree was a fun one. Something about this that it is... Like, why is that capitalized? Because his nickname is Red. But on the sheet, it is R-E-D capital Red. And they haven't, like... Yeah, they've abbreviated through, like, diminutives and whatnot, but this is the first time that it has been in quotations. Does that matter? Yeah. If we take this... we take this over here. Red Roottrees Rally Racket revealed. This is absolutely an extra read all about it style title. What does he do? Doesn't seem to be a connection between her Candy and her brother that I have been able to suss out. There is something to be said for alliteration, Jay. Thanks for swinging through, Maddock. Close enough that I want to get a little further. There is extra content in the game, apparently, but we know what's there. Okay. Go under... I already tried Wolf LaRue for that. This doesn't help us with with anything about Wolf necessarily. I think there would be a way to get something further there. So close. No, she's a mechanic. Yeah, codename the game testing so software testing in general a lot of times is viewed as an afterthought. It's something that it's kind of done at the end a lot of times, or either organizationally or even by software developers is viewed as a lesser thing. But I can tell you from experience, good quality assurance staff has a skill set entirely of its own. These are people that look at a document or a set of changes and can extrapolate out all of the different workflows and how to perform them. And these are people that can give you a good indication of, if you make this change, this is all of the actual in-person testing that needs to be done to cover it. And knowing that gives you an indication of, this change is bigger than you think it is, or smaller than you think it is. But again, that kind of thing is often kind of derided as a, well, you're not as skilled kind of thing. We just need a warm body to sit in a chair and try things. Which is wrong. I'm going to toss that he's a musician. We don't know what he do, but there's a variety of things that it might be. Again, it's a knowledge-based profession. Well, we have the implication that it is. But we don't know. We just don't know. We have no books by him either. And no tether here. We need to get all 4 of these to proceed. So if any of them if any are wrong, then it won't stick. Let's try some of the periodicals. Defunct tabloid, that wouldn't count. No. That, bring you over here. I already checked Roottrees on that. Can we kick off of? When yes, okay. Cornwall is Gwyn's father. No, mother? Minus Cornwall. I just want to search that. See why, but this can't be accurate because her mother was a Roottrees. The thing that fell out was this. So that should be true. These should be true. Evidence, close, open. This marriage seems solid. Eli's marriage seems solid. One of these could be wrong. If it's at the time of the picture. It's got to be at the time of the picture. No. It's what we knew last. So we need to find out more about November. It's got to be like a tabloid or something about at the time. Just initially. This is, you can look here for it. Gens. Clancy volunteered, but wasn't chosen. Zach got it. Down. This is the implication that that Eli might be interested in, like, motorized vehicles. Diane. Will aspire to be musicians and artists and dancers and all sorts of nonsense. Yeah, okay. Edward's a lawyer. He's taken over the department. It's that's the right picture. Okay, how about Clancy Roottrees Jr.? think there would be like some sort of academic source we could bounce off of for that. We are stuck in a scenario where we have multiple potentially simultaneous guesses we would need to make. So, school-related doesn't scan for him. What did Miracle do regarding Lauren? They caused a grudge. Check something here. Okay. I don't know if we need to lock in all of these other secondaries, but I get the impression we probably do. Both sang. Anything about him that might lead us to... Doesn't seem to be. There's nothing directly about him. We don't have anything about Clancy to relay it. We don't have anything about Edward. Jim and James don't get us anywhere. Candy. Looking him up. About Sarah Kossel. Two L's, one S. Sarah with two A's. Nope. About Wallace Clancy Roottrees. Nope. I don't have a marker to connect them. Or anything to connect what he does. I don't know anything about her. We know this is telling us about Tessa. Tiffany married into the family. I don't know what this is supposed to tell us about current gen. Notable Roottrees still being present is weird. Clark and names, I don't know how to connect that. We know a web search for miracle. How about... exclusively legal troubles. Unfortunately, it's a throwaway line in an article about a tour they plan to take across 3 Generations of Miracles tour. Take that, we're going to put that in the search, which just relays us to here. So an implication that this tour is attempting to dodge some sort of issue. Like, all 3 of them are present on 3 Generations of Miracles here. Okay, that looped back around. Articles for there? No. It would have come up with Junior. What else? Not a piece of evidence that's supposed to lead anywhere new, though, is the problem. Wait. Listening to his parents' latest music. They don't really have latest music. Like, that is recent that it's calling out. Okay, now they have been making new stuff, but Jim has dropped out of the spotlight. Then in the evidence, this is where? Here. This is really recent. Why would he have vanished like 2 years ago? No idea what his last known career was. Like, could be anything. This should be accurate. We don't know. This could be either of them. The most recent one actually has a listing for them, which says it was in 89, but we don't have any information after. We might be at another sticking point. We're real close. I know, Sky, I know. There's still food left, sir. So that can't be the problem. We could identify what law firm Edward worked with. Yeah. Four corners simultaneously 4 daytime cubes. Nothing Wait. You begin to read this site and come to the conclusion that the words "no relevant results" isn't a strong enough description for what you're seeing here. It's a massive column of technical terms that aren't real and confusing rants you can't find any meaning in. Actually had a heart condition and wasn't poisoned, which lines up he wasn't on a donor list. Conspiracy websites claim they're changing the candy recipe. Okay, we looked into this one. Thomas Overwood. The truth behind Spirit Cola, which claims that Spirit really stands for Satan's Plague is returning in 2000. And that the year 2000, anyone who has drunk Spirit Cola will die. Stock markets in the devil's numbers. Claims that if you multiply any stock's price by 666, then also multiply the current year by that same stock price, then add those two numbers together and divide by the entire total by the stock price. Finally, subtract the current year, you'll end up with 666. Okay, so from a math perspective, so you have A times B, A times C and B times C. So you add them together, and so you have those two things, AC, BC, AC plus BC. Then we're going to divide by the stock price. So we're going to put C under it, which would propagate up. So we have A plus B. And then we're going to subtract B. So yeah, that math works because you essentially do it and then reverse it. This gave us an indication of the order of the presidents. Blessing, hair. We'll have to visit the Clan Said Trust again. Samantha. Tree. I've been a root tree in the first place. Okay, so this is not part of the trust. He wanted to include her in family affairs, but she is a blood relative. Or at least based on what we see, a blood relative. We don't have an indication that it's by marriage, is entirely by blood. Reading of his will, there was an audible gasp with a certain name was read aloud. Samantha Roottrees. Although Sam and her children were not meant to receive monetary inheritance, he had a stipulation that retained the rights to run the farm and any and all decisions related to it. This is strange. Okay, here we go. Never met EC. Ernie Jr. See, this still implies to me that we've got a connection to EC, but how about Edward Roottrees? Okay, Edward Roottrees and Clancy Anderson. Nothing. Anderson had to marry to, and then the farm would be passed down. Oof. Hello, Sky. Up into reorder. We'll take some of those and move them. Bachelor, EC, roommate Mr. Miller. Take that one in there too. Met the EC person. Yes, hello, Sky. Hello. Yes. About just Edward Clancy. E.C. Not too shocking. I feel like that's going to be a reveal kind of aspect. Okay, the clan said trust. About just Roottrees Candy Company. Do we get... Significant crime is the tricky one. All right. If we don't get another breakthrough in the next few minutes, then we'll call it for now and then return another time. Figure out who he married. Farm operations would pass to Samantha Roottrees. Yeah, it's Clancy Edwards wrote the whole agreement about the trust and is very upset about anything about like ownership of the family drifting towards the other side of the family that include that, I think, away from his side of the family, essentially. There was an article that got us to see finding him. I don't know that it's necessarily useful. His art. That. Looked up that one. Not what they used to be, I recall. Okay. All right, that's the original ad had the carry forward of the names, but there's still 5, but they have disjointed them away from the original names. Okay, that was... It's not useful, but it's an interesting little connection there. That is... It's one of them. Edward before his kid. He's got to be old enough to have a profession by here. That might be that she's saying her inner child, just that she's upset that he got to be in their picture. Was he just another lawyer? Gibson. Oh, that was another, is she asks if a woman could ever run the company, and her father laughed about it. And there are growing signs of a vendetta on the part of Clancy Edwards as far as controlling who's running the family and where the money goes. Jake were married at 16. Pursue paths of knowledge. We're going to leave him as a musician. I don't think it's right. If at the time these folks were, like, she'd have to be in her 30s, so I'm going to throw college student here. Again, I'm pretty sure that's wrong. And it's knowledge related. Isn't a doctor. We have definitely reached a point where it's Lauren. Yeah, I don't think any of these except this one are spot on. This is true. That is true. This should be true. Those two are uncertain. The professions of all three of these are uncertain. What about the names again? Have no apparent basis for what his career would be. Or his. Again, it's a knowledge career, but that's like just throwing it against a wall. Same with November here. So, we're going to wrap up here again. To my understanding, once we clear all of this, we'll have this to suss out, as well as stuff and things, as well as whatever that follow-up content that seems to be in the main menu is. We'll see. Don't have an immediate plan for the next stream. Hopefully we will hit the Saturday and Sunday ones, though. So, discharge some static here. Well, I hope everybody had a good time watching with us tonight. If you like what you saw and would like to see more, remember to like, follow, subscribe, comment. All of that stuff helps the channel grow, so press all of those buttons. Most of them are good. If you'd like to consider financially supporting the channel, you can do so through platform means like YouTube memberships, Twitch subscriptions, that kind of thing, as well as other platforms that can be found through the link tree in my profile and video descriptions. But with that, I hope the rest of your day is good, and I'll see you next time.